Sorry about that, everyone. It seems like Zoom crashed as a whole. The whole Zoom meeting crashed, and so see if you can rejoin. Just right before this started, Zoom had crashed, so they kicked everyone out. So I'm just going to wait a couple minutes to make sure everyone can rejoin that wants to.
Judge Kim, where are we at? We just got booted off Zoom, so I just got back in.
Right. Yeah, the whole Zoom meeting crashed and kicked everyone out, myself included. So I'm starting a little bit late to allow everyone the chance to rejoin.
Okay, who are you starting with, Judge Kim?
This will be Andrew Chazaretta.
Okay, yes, sir.
And then Ileana after that.
All right, yes.
I'm just going to wait till 10:35. Just give everyone a chance.
There's a stream.
Stephanie, you're not on mute. Judge Chazaretta here? All right, fantastic. All right, so today is this is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court. Due to the Supreme Court 22nd emergency order regarding coronavirus, we are not doing in-person proceedings unless necessary. And so we're doing this remotely through Zoom. However, in order to comply with the Texas Open Courts Act, since the public is not allowed into the courtroom, we're allowing them to observe these proceedings as it is being live streamed on YouTube, if anybody cares enough to watch. All right, so Mr. Chazaretta, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, and no portion of this court proceeding may be recorded, copied, or published. Any violations of this are punishable by contempt. Okay, Mr. Chazaretta, this is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. So the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days to decide whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days after. You have the right to remain silent. If you give up the right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. And you also have a right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, I will provide one for you. So Andrew, you're 14 years old. You were on probation for breaking into buildings. And then since then, you've been arrested for assault, criminal trespass, evading arrest, burglary of a vehicle, evading arrest with a vehicle, theft of property from $30,000 to $150,000, engaging organized crime, burglary of a habitation, burglary of a vehicle, burglary of a vehicle, burglary of a habitation, failed to ID, possession of a controlled substance, and then most recently in June, burglary of a vehicle, and you were positive for weed. And this is all while you're in probation. Currently, you're level 2 unacceptable. And so if you can't behave here, I know you're not going to behave in the community, I'm going to order you detained. If you get your level 1, that actually gives me reason why I think I should trust you and release you to the community. It also allows you to waive your hearings if you feel like you want to. But if you're not level 1, I'm not going to let you waive these hearings. I need you to hear and understand why I'm keeping you. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Chazaretta.
Hey, Judge.
All right, Ileana Diallo. All right, hello, Ms. Diallo. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child is brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days and I have to decide whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. Finally, you have a right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, I will provide one for you. All right, Ms. Diallo, you're 16 years old. You have never been here before. Let's see what happened. Yesterday, 4 police were dispatched for domestic. When police got there, they met with your mom, who said that you violated her personal boundaries and parental expectations by going into her bedroom. She confronted your daughter, who denied it. As a consequence, your mom took away your cell phone privileges. You continued to argue with her, refused to leave her bedroom. When she attempted to physically remove you from the bedroom, you struck your mother in the arm with a closed fist. When they talked to Ileana, you confirmed your mom's account. And they also mentioned that there's a video of the alleged offense. Okay, is mom here? Mr. Vickerson, did
Your Honor, she was given the link at the last minute to Zoom in. I thought I'd sent it to her this morning and she called me and said that she didn't get it. So I just sent it again just a minute ago. I haven't heard back from her though. Oh, there she is.
Oh, Ms. Bassi, are you Ileana's mom? Okay. Wow, that's a carload of people. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Tell me what's going on with Ileana. Is this just she's 16, this is growing pains, this is the conflict that every mother-daughter has, or is there something bigger going on?
Yeah, it's bigger. This is not our first time. This has been going on for over a year. Police is always having to come out.
Okay, so tell me about this. Is there a change in friends? Is there a boyfriend that's a bad influence? What do you think, Mom?
I think that, well, she started to be really angry when I got a divorce back in 2012, and I just got remarried last year, and I think that she's really just lashed out because she's angry.
I understand. Okay. So then tell me, Mom, I mean, first question for you is, I mean, can you and I work together to help Ileana and set her on the right path?
Yes, I've tried to help her. I've sent her to countless.
Hold on, Mom. Can you and I work together to set Ileana on the right path?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not putting this all on you anymore. It can't be all on me. See what I'm saying? Like, we're working together with Ileana. Is that, are we on the same page?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how bad is her behavior at home?
She's violent. She's very violent.
Okay. Does she hit her siblings as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. So, Ileana, this is what I'm going to do. All right. I just want to make sure, like, you understand, we all have liberty rights. We have the right to live our lives freely, do what we want. But everyone also has the right to live free from harm from other people as well. Okay. Kind of the example I was give. We all have the right to swing our arms as freely as we want, but as soon as our hand touches another person, that's when we have to stop. See what I mean? That's where our boundary is, and we have to respect other people's personal liberties as well. And so that gives me concern that your mom's talking about this violence. It gives me concern about this case going on. Look, Ileana, the only thing in life that we can truly control is how we react. Other than that, you don't have control over this hearing. You don't have control over what you're being fed. You don't have control, I mean, here or at home, right? You can only control how you react to things. So what I need to know is I have to have some level of confidence that you can control your emotions and control your reactions. All right, are you following me so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so at this point, what I want to do is I want to detain you. All right, if you get to level 1-0, I will release you to your mom. Okay, but you have to understand that the reason why I'm doing this is I want to make sure that you don't have a deep-rooted behavioral problem, not a mental problem. It's a decision-making problem. You're making poor decisions at home. So prove to me that you can follow all the rules. I let you go home. Here's the thing, though. If you go home and you don't follow the rules there, just bring you back here. And then we do something else. And we'll keep on trying this. We'll keep on going back and forth. So you can either decide to follow the rules or decide not to follow the rules. As long as you're following the rules, you get to stay at home. Because, Mom, if she can follow the rules, you want her at home, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but if you can't follow the rules at home, then you have to come back here because this is where we keep kids that can't follow the rules and break the law. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. I'm trying to make this as fair as possible to you. All right.
Your Honor, there's one more piece of information you might want to consider.
Yes, sir.
The mom indicated that she was recently in a psychiatric facility and was prescribed medications. She's been out about 2 weeks now, but she's refusing to take the medications. I didn't know if the court wanted to order a psychiatric to see if that needed to be continued or at least let the court know about that.
Mom, when's the last time she saw the doctor?
When she was in the Excel program about 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So within 2 weeks, I'm not worried about it. Now, do we have, Mr. Richardson, do we have the medication?
I don't think we do, Your Honor. I would have to follow up with the family on that.
Mom, you have to bring us the medication, okay?
It's not, it's for blood pressure. It's not for her,
Psychiatric?
they gave me, I don't know why they gave me a blood pressure medication.
Okay. So she's not taking psychiatric medication?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it is what it is. What is she diagnosed? Mom, what was she diagnosed with? What was she diagnosed with?
Your Honor, I asked that question earlier today and the mom responded with DMDD.
Okay.
Disruptive mood dysregulation disorder.
And they didn't prescribe medication for that?
They gave her blood pressure medication.
Okay. For the DMDD?
Yes.
Yeah. That doesn't make sense.
Well, Your Honor, sometimes they do prescribe because of the effects of the blood pressure medicine, or sometimes the side effects of certain medications help with psychiatric disorders.
Right. So, Mom, can you get that medication to us?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn it back to the speaker or whatever you had before? I can barely hear you. when you're that far away.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. All right. So then, Mom, my next question is, when she was taking her medication, was she doing okay?
No. She's never changed at all.
Wait. So she didn't take her medication, or she was taking it and she wasn't okay?
She wouldn't take it every day. She's gonna take it twice a day.
Okay, so bring that medication to us. She's got to take her medication. Yes, Ileana, did you want to ask me something?
I did. I don't know why she's saying that I didn't take my medicine. I've never refused to take my medicine. I just sometimes forgot. I took it when she told me to.
That's fine. So we're going to give you medication here and see how it is, okay? But Ileana, I need you to understand that part of the conditions of release is for you to take your medication every day. You can't forget. It has to be a priority, okay?
How many days am I supposed to be here?
I'm sorry?
How many days am I going to be here?
Well, so right now, if you behave, you can get out in 3 days. If you don't behave, well, actually Monday. If you don't behave, then you can be here for 6 months, year, I don't know how long. It's really up to you. So either you follow the rules or you don't follow the rules, okay? It's really that simple. And when you go home, if you don't follow the rules there, then you come back here. Okay, now, Mom, here's another question. Does she have a history of running away?
Yes, habitually.
Okay. So, Liana, when we release you, we're going to put you on an electronic monitor to make sure that you are where you're supposed to be. If you follow the rules on being where you're supposed to be, then we take the electronic monitor off. What you're going to find, Ileana, is I'm actually a lot of kids think I'm very harsh, but I'm very consistent. I'm very fair, okay? I'm not trying to be mean. I just have my expectations of the kids here in Tarrant County, and you just got to meet my expectations. They're not unfair. I don't set the goals where you can't reach them. You can reach them. You just have to choose to reach them. Okay? And if you don't reach them, then I'm not going to give you a whole lot of grace. I set a reasonable goal for you. Either you make it or you don't. That simple, okay? All right, so, all right, Mom, does this sound like a plan to actually try and start out?
Yes.
Okay, now I need your promise, Mom, that if she does not follow the rules at home and she's causing problems there, that you need to call Mr. Victorson so that we can go ahead and do what I think is appropriate. And you and I are going to work together to set Illy on the right path as she becomes a young woman, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mom. Thank you, Ileana.
Thank you, Judge.
Waiting on Ashley. There we go. Hello, Mr. Ashley. I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. The law says when a child is in our facility for 10 days, you have to see a judge and I have to decide whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, you'll have another one of these hearings in 10 days. You have the right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, I'll provide one for you. Ms. Carter. Who is your
Hello.
attorney? Hello.
Hi.
Good to see you again, Virginia.
Good to see you.
All right. So, all right, Nevin. You've been here for 10 days. You're level 1 outstanding.
I can make this really quick.
Okay.
The long and short of it is, his dad lives in Colorado.
Okay.
We have worked out a deal with Andy to move him to Colorado with his dad to get him out of the situation with his mom. As soon as he's enrolled in school and we have a good address and a phone number for him and his dad in Colorado, Andy is going to dismiss the case. So we need him out today if possible so dad can come get him because school starts next Wednesday.
Okay. So is dad here in town?
He's coming.
He's coming. Is this Mom? Are you here? Oh, hold on. You're on mute, so I gotta unmute you. There we go. Mom, is that you?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right. Have your thoughts about this? Sound reasonable?
Yes, it does. Yeah. His dad will be here this weekend.
All right. So what I'm going to do is, so here's the thing. If I release him, I've got to release him, right, Ms. Carter? So I'm trying to figure out if dad isn't here yet, then if we release him, then Mom is the only one to take possession. And I think that's kind of the root of some of these problems.
Absolutely.
So
You want him to pick him up from detention?
yes, that is my thought. Ms. Blair, can I go ahead and I'm going to sign a detention order so we can keep him here overnight, but I'm also going to sign a release order saying that he's to be released to his father. Does that sound okay, Ms. Blair?
Yes.
Okay, what is the father's name?
Jason, Ashley.
Hey, Jamie.
Hi.
All right, so I'm going ahead. I'm signing the detention order. So, Mr. Ashley, I signed the detention order so I can keep you here tonight or the next night or however long it takes. But I've already signed a release order. So as soon as your father gets here, they can go and release you to him. Does that sound all right?
Okay.
You understand why I can't just release you right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but at least you know your dad's on his way. Okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, we have Lucas Gallegos.
The next one's Gallegos.
All right, Mr. Gallegos, this is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case to decide whether to keep you here or not. Is Mr. Lofton here by chance? No. All right, Mr. Willett, can you pinch hit for Mr. Lofton? Mr. Willett's not here either. What am I missing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Adler.
Yes,
You're
Judge.
the first person on my screen.
I got it.
All right, Mr. Gallegos, been here for 10 days, got to review your case. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, I'll provide one for you. Mr. Adler's been appointed today for this hearing to be your attorney. You have the right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other court setting. All right, so Lucas, you are 16 years old. Well, hold on. Mr. Adler, you're not on Roderick White, are you?
No, sir.
Okay, this is the companion case. All right, so back in January, you brought in here for criminal trespass and a criminal mischief from 2,500 to 30,000. You were let go 2 weeks later. You brought in for an assault case. You were let go 2 months later for criminal trespass again and for criminal mischief from 2,500 to 30,000. And then you were let go, and a week later, you were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and murder. You were at your home. Mom and boyfriend were sleeping. You and your friend allegedly decided to rob them. Your friend went and decided to shoot mom's boyfriend, killing him. And then you shot a gun at a family member or somebody who lived in the house. And so later were arrested. Oh no, actually you shot your mother 2 or 3 times, and then you pointed the revolver at somebody else and missed, and then left the house. All right, Mr. Gallegos. I take greatest level of seriousness for any children that are using guns in any kind of crime. It gives me great hesitation. I think you're a danger to yourself and to the community. I'm going to order you detained. All right, thank you. Well, Ms. Blair, are you looking for Mr. Ashley? Let's sort through these papers. You're welcome. You don't have to run.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Kendrick Giles. I don't. Ms. Blair. Not all. Some of the papers go to Mary and Stephanie. So if you can't, or you can leave it here. If you want to just pick out the one that you need, the release order, or they'll come hunt you down. You know, Mary. All right, Mr. Giles, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so you know that you have to see a judge after review your case. Then you also have the right to remain silent. As I told you at the first hearing, you have a right to an attorney, and your attorney is Mr. Adler, who is here. All right, so Mr. Giles, you're turning 16 in September. Oh, all right. So it started, you were 12 years old with a theft case. Then a week later, you were let go. Then you ran away from home. Then we returned you to your parents. And 2 weeks later, you get picked up with a drug dealing charge. And then you were let go a month later. You were picked up for stealing a gun, which you got probation for. At this point, you are still 12 years old. You turn 13, You're violating your probation, so you're brought in here. Then you pick up for evading arrest in a car. And then you were let out, and 2 weeks later, you're picked up for breaking into a house, which you got probation for. Now you turn 14, you get arrested for assault bodily injury and a runaway. You return to your parents, you run away again a week later. Then a month later, you're brought in for violating your probation. And then the next day you committed evading arrest on foot, presumably to go pick you up. All right, so you're still 14 now. Then you have another evading arrest in December, and that's stealing another gun, which you were also placed on probation. So now you're on 3 concurrent probations. Possession of weed, evading arrest on foot, possession of dangerous drug, possession of a controlled substance. So we issued a warrant for you. And I guess the previous judge extended your probation out. So is he, Mr. Victorson, is he off probation? They're all discharged?
He is not on supervision at this time.
Okay, well, you made it through. So now, July 29th, about 7 in the morning, Grapevine responded to a traffic accident. And he said a white Mazda sped by him and crashed into a crash cushion. He stopped to get out to help. The driver got out, and then the Good Samaritan helped you to his pickup while he called the police. While he was on the phone, you got to the driver's side and drove off with his car. There was a high-speed chase through Grapevine into South Lake. There was a crash. And then you got out. Police saw you get out of the car. They went to search you. They had to use a canine unit where you had hidden inside somebody's RV. And evidently there are gunshots fired at some point. You're positive for weed. All right, so are the bandages still from the injuries from the dog bites?
Can you say that one more time, please?
Are the bandages the injuries from the dog bites?
No, sir, they're gone.
Okay. Okay. Have they been giving you medical treatment for the dog bites?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Richardson, he's level 3. Why is he level 3 back there?
Well, Your Honor, there's been a number of issues in the detention center, including a physical altercation on August the 9th. I can go through them, but it looks like he's been disruptive and manipulating staff, disrespectful, refusing to participate in the program. Kendrick seems to do what he wants to do back there.
All right. So one thing I want to let you know, Mr. Giles, is I'm going to have the decision to either give you probation or send you to TJJD. You know what TJJD is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's prison for kids. They can keep you there all the way to your 19th birthday. Now, and if you decide you don't like me for whatever reason, you can tell your attorney that you want a jury to make the decision. But either way, either myself or the jury will hear about all these incidents and violations here in a detention facility. And if the district attorney convinces me or the jury that we cannot help you, that you're not going to be able to be supervised at home, okay, that you're going to do what you want to do no matter what the rules are, then chances are, well, I will tell you, if you cannot get adequate supervision in the community, then the law says you go to TJJD.
Yes, sir.
So your time here at Kimbo Road is a great opportunity to show that you can follow the rules. Because if you show us that you cannot follow the rules, then you're really limiting what options are available for you. So you've got a good attorney, but you've got to help your attorney, okay? Give him something to work with. If your attorney has nothing to work with, you can't expect a miracle. Okay? What's that saying? God helps those that help themselves. Help yourself, help your attorney, right? Unless you just want to go to TJJD. If that's the case, just tell your attorney and he can make it happen, okay? So at this point, you're level 3. You know, I'm not releasing you if you're not level 1. There's 0 chance of releasing you if you're not level 1, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Judge Kim,
Yes.
while you have his file, if you have it, is it an appropriate time for me to ask for a placement search?
No, not at all. Mr. Richardson, let's go ahead and start a placement search.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Has he gone to placement before?
Yes, Your Honor.
He has pretty severe mental health issues, Judge. So the placement search would be more of what facility can address those issues along with his behavioral issues, if there is one, short of TJJD.
Have we placed him for those mental issues before? Or is this a separate issue than the previous placement?
Judge, I don't remember off the top
Mr. Richardson,
He was at
of my
Woodward
head.
Academy in Iowa from, it looks like June of 2019 until March of 2020. So he was just released from the facility and his probation expired, and here we are again.
Judge, I'm just trying to make the record as clean as possible.
Mr. Adler's right. It's not a motion to modify. It's a new adjudication dispo. I think we need to do a placement search.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start that.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, so Isaac Quinero. Hello, Mr. Quinero. Am I pronouncing your name right? Good. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a child is brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days and have to decide whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent, but if you give up that right, anything you say at a detention hearing cannot be used against you at any other type of court setting. Finally, you have a right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, I'll provide one for you. All right, so Mr. Quinero, let's see, you turn 17 this month, next month. All right, and things started with us when you were 15 with an evading arrest. Our probation department decided you need supervisory caution. Then you're still 15, you pick up an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon with a knife. And the DA did not pursue that. 2 months later, you get arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon with a club, which the DA did not pursue. But you were also arrested for unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, which you got probation for last October. You had a problem with your probation, but it seemed to get past it. Now let's see, Parks Mall yesterday, Arlington police got there, saw several security guards standing around a black male in a gray shirt. As he approached, the male suspect fled. Officer was able to apprehend the suspect, handcuff him. He was identified as Isaac Quinero. According to the report, the victim was trying to sell her iPhone 8 Plus on OfferUp. Isaac contacted her that he was interested, agreed to meet at the mall. They met up at the mall. When she handed you the phone so you could test it out, you took off running with it without paying for it. While security chased him and you were detained. You admitted that you set up the meeting to steal the phone, told the officer that you had no family support and needed money. And you chose to throw the phone down once she was being chased since you knew it was wrong. You've been working at Whataburger.
Can I ask something?
Yes.
I understand that it was bad what I did and all.
No, I don't want to talk about your case. Your attorney doesn't want you to talk about the case. I want to answer other questions.
Judge Kim, I can step in if you need me to.
Okay. Yeah, I think Ms. Nicoya is not here.
Yeah, I just noticed that and was telling Judge Porter.
So, yeah, Isaac, I don't want you talking about this case because, there's still a case going. How come this isn't filed as a theft from person? So, Isaac, what you have to understand, right now it's just a theft case, like a misdemeanor. But when you take it from a person, it's not necessarily robbery, but they can charge it as a theft from person, which is a felony level offense, which means you can be committed to TJJD. All right?
Yes, sir.
So it just seems like you have this history now that's not looking good for you.
Yeah.
And then you're positive for weed, which, here's the thing. I mean, if you're telling the police that you have no support and you need money, but yet you're spending money on weed, you understand that doesn't seem like you really need the money, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm not judging you or anything. I'll do my judging later, but right now, I just want to have a conversation, right?
Yes, sir.
So, all right.
Can I say something? It's not about the case.
Okay, yeah.
All right. So I understand that this might make me look bad, but I've been trying hard to stay out of trouble.
That's something you talk to your attorney about. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You need to talk to your attorney.
I just want to ask.
Hold on a second. When you tell me you're trying hard to stay out of trouble and you're smoking weed, it's really hard to convince me you're trying to stay out of trouble, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you think about it, I'm not passing judgment on weed. What I'm saying is people that smoke weed are generally not people staying out of trouble.
Yes, sir.
See what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So I'm just kind of calling it the way it is. Is the family not here, aunt or anybody?
No,
Your
sir,
Honor,
we
his-
don't have a parent here.
Okay.
Your Honor, his mother has custody of him, but Isaac is currently living with her sister, his aunt. I contacted both of them, tried to contact both of them multiple times this morning, left a message, but I haven't heard back from anybody.
Okay. All right. Well, Isaac, here's the thing. At this point, if I don't have a parent to release you to, I can't just put a 16-year-old kid out on the street. You know that, right?
Sir, my aunt would call. She would answer. She said she was coming today. She said that. I promise you.
No, I believe you. Okay, I believe she wants you home. I believe you want to go home. But you understand, as it sits now, I can't just let a juvenile out on the street. Okay, I'm not going to do that. I guess I can. I'm not going to. So we'll get information. I'm generally okay. If you get to level 1, so you've been here to Kimbo before, right?
Yes, sir.
Multiple times. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pin you for now. If you get to level 1.0 and you hold it for 3 days, then I'll go ahead and let you go to your mom
Yes, sir.
on electronic monitor. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Or your aunt or any responsible adult. But if you don't get to level 1.0, you're not getting out. If you get to level 1.0 and you hold it for 2 days and you drop down and get back to level 1.0, you have to get to level 1.0 and hold it for 3 consecutive days for me to let you out.
Yes, sir.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
We're also, if I release you, you're going to also have to take drug tests, right? Not going to be smoking weed anymore while this case is going on. You understand, once you're 17 years old, you go in the adult system, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I need to make sure you understand that. All right, Isaac, well, hopefully this is the last bad decision you make, or last big bad decision you make, right? If it's true, at least the weed, we know that's true. So,
Yes, sir.
all right, so your attorney will be contacting you, but Isaac, you understand what I expect from you, right?
Level 1.0, 3 days.
And hold it for 3 days. All right, thank you, sir. Quinton Sales. All right, where's Mr. Sales? Oh, Mr. Sales, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a child's brought, Mr. Daniels is here. Okay, when a child's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent, but if you say something, nothing you say at this hearing can be used against you at any other court setting. Finally, you have a right to an attorney. If you or your family cannot afford an attorney, Mr. Daniels has been appointed for you today and will continue if you cannot afford one. All right, so yesterday, let's see, you're 15 years old. It started it started on your 14th birthday. You got arrested for criminal trespass and failed to ID to the police. You got out 3 months later, you're arrested for possession of marijuana at school. Then you seem to do okay. A year later, you got arrested for, stealing a vehicle and evading arrest with a vehicle. You were let out, and 3 months later, you're arrested for burglary of a vehicle while you're on probation for stealing a vehicle or for running from the police. Oh, we trying to give you a drug test, and you're refusing to submit a drug sample. Yeah, you're refusing. I mean, they asked you twice at 9 in the morning and 10:20 in the morning, and you're saying you're unable to provide a sample? Yeah,
I can pee now.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, what, we're supposed to wait around for you until you're ready to pee?
I just ain't had to pee at the time they asked me to.
All right, so yesterday, Whitestone Police brought you in. According to the police, at about 3 in the morning, police were dispatched to South Cherry Lane about a suspicious vehicle. All right, before they got there, the dispatch said the witness had said a silver truck with a silver toolbox was in the parking lot behind the church. When they got there, witnesses said that they saw the vehicle circle a few times, like they're trying to do a drug deal or something. Another security guard said the truck had relocated down the street. When they got there, police saw the pickup reversing. They turned on their lights, and the truck continued to reverse, hitting the officer's unit. And so then Quentin Sales exited the driver's side door and fled while the truck was in motion. Another police officer apprehended him. Pickup was reported stolen out of Fort Worth on August 11th. We put you on EM before back in May, but you cut it off. Mom says you sneak out of home when she's at work. She works the night shift. And you're currently in TCAP and intensive outpatient.
Yes, sir. Can I say something, Judge Kim?
Well, here's the thing. If you're talking about the case that you're having, your attorney does not want you to say anything at all. All right? He doesn't want you to make his job harder. If you have a question about other stuff, maybe. If you have a question, basically what I'm saying is if you have a question, go ahead and ask. If you have a statement, better not say anything.
I don't gotta say nothing no more.
Okay, I think your attorney appreciates. Is that fair to say, Mr. Daniels?
That is fair to say, Your Honor.
Okay.
I can make a breakout room.
Well, no, because I'm not going to delay this hearing just so you can talk to your attorney. Your attorney can call you, but there are other hearings I need to do. It's a whole docket. But Quentin, I'm going to let you know that at this point, the fact that you're trying to run from the police, you crash into a police car, you run on foot, even though you crash into a police car in a stolen truck while you're on probation or stealing cars. Yeah, this just doesn't do. And you're also in intensive outpatient treatment. Like we're literally trying to do everything we can for you. And then on top of that, you're refusing to submit a.
Judge Kim, I know what you're trying to say, but it seems to sound like that, but it ain't even like that at all. It's not even like that at all. I promise you guys.
I promise you, it may not be true at all. But I'm just saying what the police officers are saying. They're saying that there's a truck that they were called for. You backed up into them. After you you crashed into their car. Now you already have an evading arrest in the car. You've already done that and the court found that you did do that. So now you do it again, you crash into his car, then they're saying you got out of the car and ran on foot, so they had to chase you. And then now you're refusing to provide a drug sample when you're on drug treatment probation, right? So you understand, you're saying it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good because it doesn't look good. Just, right? I mean, decisions were made. So anyways, but I hope you understand why I'm detaining you. Plus, it makes it hard for me to release you because I trusted you before and you just cut off your monitor. So it makes it harder to
I didn't even cut off my monitor. I'm glad I didn't cut. We already talked about the monitor situation, but I didn't cut off my monitor this time. That's why I was going to ask you if you could put me back on the monitor so I won't have the situation again.
No. No, I don't think you understand, Quentin. It's not like life gives you chance after chance after chance. At a certain point, a person establishes a pattern of behavior that lets the whole world know what kind of person they are. You're the kind of person that, well, I know based on your adjudication, we're not talking about yesterday, we're talking about stuff in the past. I know you're the kind of person that steals cars and you go on car chases with the police. I know that, all right? So now the question is here, then going forward, did you do it again or not? So
It's hard. It's hard to try to do what's right when people,
really? Hey, Mr. Daniels, how many times have you been arrested?
At least I wouldn't. You gotta let me.
Hold on. I got a question, Mr. Daniels. How many times have you been arrested?
0.
All right, Mr. Adler, how many times have you been arrested?
Judge, none.
Mr. Houston?
0.
Mr. Willett?
0.
I've never been to jail. It's hard. It's not that hard. All you have to do is not, you have to respect other people's property, respect other people's space, respect other people's rules. You don't go to jail. But, you steal cars, you run from the police, right? You use drugs, you end up in jail. Why do you think other people in jail all don't respect people's property or people's space or just the laws in general? It's not hard. It's actually a lot harder to spend your life breaking the law and avoid getting caught than just following the law. It really is. It's not that hard. It's simple, really. All right. Thank you, Quentin. So let's see what your behavior is like. Prove to me that you've made changes. But if you're not making changes, you're just going to stay here for quite a while.
I'm being detained.
Yeah, heck yeah, you're being detained.
I'll give you a call, Quentin.
Okay.
Oh.
Your Honor, your next young man doesn't speak English, so we have an interpreter. One of the.
Okay, thank you. So
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Daniel. And Mr. Daniel, I'm sorry for being on the spot. I would have been embarrassed if you actually been arrested.
Oh, no problem. No problem, Your Honor.
Right, so we have Villalba here. Mr. Adler, I think you're the attorney on this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you can just admonish them. Yes, Mr. Remington.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Let me get an interpreter in here for this family.
Okay, great.
Mr. Nava is supposed to be there for the family.
Okay. Mr. Adler, if you want to go ahead and admonish him his rights while we're waiting on the parents.
Sure. Let me see if I see the kid. Oh. Jonathan.
Jonathan.
¿Usted me ve a mí, Jonathan?
Hey.
Hola, yo voy a ser su abogado y te voy a ayudar a usted y a su familia. Pero primero te tengo que decir que hoy, en este momento, esta audiencia nada más es para que a ver si el juez te va a dejar ir con sus papás o te va a detener aquí. Tienes el derecho de no hablar, no decir nada. Y nada lo que puedes decir hoy en esta audiencia lo pueden usar contra usted cuando tenemos la audiencia sobre los cargos. Te voy a decir algo, es mejor que no digas nada, deja que yo hable y deja que sus papás hablen si hay que hablar, ¿ok? Porque yo no quiero que usted hable de la ofensa de la razón que estás aquí. ¿Entiendes todo?
Sí.
Ok, y estoy aquí para ayudarte, ¿ok? All right, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna kind of do this in segments, Mr. Adler, to make it easier for you. Let's see. Yesterday, 4th PD said they got a call that's from somebody saying that a vehicle was tailgating him at a red light. They pointed a gun at the passenger pointed a gun at him. Mr. Adler, if you want to go ahead.
I think Jorge is he there? I can't see.
He is here, yes.
I'm in here.
I think they're interpreting for them, Judge.
No, Mr. Adler, if you can explain this to Jonathan.
I think he has an interpreter.
Jonathan?
I thought the detention officer said they were going to get somebody to speak Spanish for him.
Yeah, I'll interpret for him.
Okay. Yeah, if you let him know that 4th PD is saying yesterday somebody called, said a vehicle was following them, and then at a light, the passenger pointed a gun at the other car.
Sí, te están de lo que viniste ayer de la pistola que te apuntaban en el semáforo, ¿verdad? A ver, digo. Okay.
All right. Later on, the victim said that he saw the same car parked in front of a house and called the police.
Embarcaban en la casa y le hablaron a la policía, ¿verdad? Y están parqueados en mi casa. Okay.
Police showed up and question about the gun. The driver allowed the search and found guns in the vehicle.
La policía halló la pistola, ¿verdad? En el vehículo. Okay.
All right. And then the driver admitted that they were in an argument with the victim and that Jonathan was a passenger in the vehicle.
Han dicho que el chofer estaban como discutiendo, ¿verdad? Con la víctima.
All right, so.
Le dije, no está diciendo, ya está leyendo el reporte. Tiene un problema, le dijo. Dile que bueno que sí es. Okay.
You want to let Jonathan know that my philosophy is I don't like kids with guns and I have a big problem with it.
Dice el juez que él no es muy fanático de como las pistolas, los juveniles con pistolas, es lo que está diciendo. El juez es lo que está diciendo, que no es muy fanático de niños juveniles con pistolas, ¿verdad?
It's even worse when the kids are using guns.
Más si la están usando.
So I have a concern about his safety and the safety of the community.
Bueno, su problema es como para la comunidad con pistolas.
And so I'm going to detain him, and his behavior level here will determine if and when he gets released.
Dice que ahorita te va a detener y mientras que tu Pues que te portes bien aquí.
Conductas
Resultado.
llega al mejor, la mejor manera que se puede salir del próximo.
Todo depende cómo te portes aquí estos días.
Mr. Nava, can the parents tell us where the guns came from?
Mamá, papá, ¿usted sabe dónde llegó las armas? ¿De dónde son?
O son del muchacho. Del dueño del carro, o sea, las armas son.
Parents say that the gun belongs to the owner of the vehicle.
Do they know who that was?
Do you, ¿ustedes conocen el dueño?
Sí, sí, pues
¿Se llama?
el muchacho se llama Fabián.
They identify Fabian Castillo
Sí,
as the owner of the guns.
Las armas que trae él, pues sí tienen su registro, de hecho sus papás.
He said that they're registered with his parents.
So is it like a neighbor or like one of...
¿Es vecino o...?
Pues vive en la misma calle, sí, no está muy...
They live on the same street, not exactly next door neighbors, but live on the same street.
Your Honor, if I may, the family is visiting from Mexico. They're on a tourist visa that expires in December, and they plan on moving back in September.
They said what?
They're on a tourist visa. It expires in December, and they plan on moving back to Mexico next month. They're staying with their son in Fort Worth visiting for the summer.
Have we done a consular notification?
He declined. Jonathan declined to notify the consulate. He was given the option.
Yeah, I think with the juvenile, I think we need to notify them no matter what. If we can go ahead and just let them, they probably won't do anything, but I think the government of Mexico needs to know that we have their child in custody.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
How long, John, Jorge, can you ask them how long they've been here in the United States?
Unos 4 tempos nos dieron permiso, tenemos para todo el año hasta diciembre, desde marzo por ahí.
Since February and March, they were over in the United States on the tourist visa.
Yeah.
And they were given till hasta diciembre.
Sí, hasta diciembre.
They were allowed till
De
December
hecho, pues ya nos
to be
íbamos a
here.
ir, ya van a entrar a la escuela el mes que entra, pero
Dad said that school's about to start up over there, so they were planning on leaving sooner.
de hecho ahorita tomamos irnos, mi muchacho no quiere que nos vayamos porque, pues como está por el problema de la
Dad said that his son doesn't want him to go just due to the issues going on in Mexico.
en el pueblo donde vivimos nosotros hay mucho y no quiere que nos vayamos.
So there's a lot of trouble going on in the town that they live in Mexico. And it's that.
Dad has to understand that, you know, Jonathan's kind of bringing that trouble here to Fort Worth.
Dijo, pues que hay que entender que su hijo al menos trajo algunos problemas de ahí. Te parece que trajo problemas del pueblo hasta acá en Estados Unidos.
No, pues allá no conocen las armas ni yo creo que no conocemos
That's it.
nosotros, no.
Basically, he doesn't understand because over there he doesn't play with firearms, so that's what puzzles him.
Okay. Look, tell Dad, as a parent and as a person who's lived in other countries, I understand what he's going through.
Otros países, que él entiende cómo usted se siente al momento, porque la ciudad él viene de Corea.
They've got a good attorney. Make sure they talk to the attorney.
Tienes un buen abogado, el señor Adler, que hablen con el abogado.
He'll understand. And this isn't his first case dealing with a foreign national.
Es la primera vez que el señor Adler trabaja con ciudadano mexicano.
So hopefully they can resolve it. But I do have a policy. Kids and guns is an issue that I have great pause with.
Entiende, pero su pausa es cuando los niños tienen armas. Aquí eso es lo que él no tolerará.
No,
Niños con armas.
ni nosotros tampoco. No, de
Dad
hecho,
said
no
he
nos
agrees
gusta a
with what you
nosotros
said, that he
eso.
does not tolerate any kind of kids with
Es que
guns
como
as well.
pues las armas no son de él, yo creo que se le hizo fácil agarrar una, como pues cualquier niño pueda cualquier cosa.
He said he doesn't understand that, he doesn't own guns, he's never played with guns, and that the peer that he seems to be with was the one who brought the guns around.
Yeah, I understand. And just let him know this is Texas, and in certain areas you have up to 40% of people in cars have a gun in their car with them.
En el estado de Texas, como 40% de aquí los tejanos, la mayoría tenemos armas.
Sí, no, pues no,
Jonathan could have just as easily been shot himself.
y pues yo creo como
Así de fácil, alguien más le podía disparar a él y él estaba apuntando arma a alguien.
pues sí es problema ese.
They understand the issue.
Okay. All right. So I'm detaining Jonathan for now. security control, if you can let him know I'm detaining him. But the parents and Jonathan need to talk to Mr. Adler, and hopefully we can get this resolved quickly.
Ya, dice, bueno, pues como te había dicho, que ahorita te va a detener, que ahorita tu abogado va a hablar con los papás, y mientras que te mantengas aquí bien educado, va a decidir. All right.
All right, thank you. And Derek White.
Señora Rodríguez o con el abogado.
All right, Mr. White, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing.
Yes,
I
sir.
make a decision whether to release you or to keep you in custody. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Your attorney is Mr. Willett. And if I recall correctly, you're on probation and you still owe $1,231.12 on the restitution, of which you paid $0 on. So now, let's see, this is back in July, about 11 o'clock. Police were on patrol, saw Impala traveling with expired registration, ran a stop sign, did a traffic stop. The driver, which was you, exited the vehicle, began fleeing the police. You were arrested. You were run away out of Dallas County. So you're on probation out of us. You're here. We let you go to live in Dallas. You run away from home. Now you're testing positive for marijuana, and methamphetamines and amphetamines. You're on probation for misdemeanor assault. Yeah. All right, well, you're level 2, Mr. White. That's not level 1. So, I'm just letting you know, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Got to get to level 1.
Right.
Also, to let you know, you are now 17 years old. So here's the deal. This is my talk that I have with kids that turn 17 here. The law says if you're under 17, I have to keep you in our detention facility. When you turn 17, as a judge, I can order you being held downtown in the adult jail. Okay? So if you are not a level 1 at the next 10-day hearing, we will just have you downtown until your case is finished. Okay? So if you want the better accommodations, the better food, the better time that you're spending, you have to earn it here. Okay? So I'm just letting you know that's what it is. Or if you just want to go downtown now, I can send you downtown now. All right? That's purely up to you. But being here is a privilege, and you have to earn that privilege. I want you to be the example for the other kids here in our facility on how to live right. But if you're going to drag them down, I'm not going to let you stay here and drag other kids down. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
But hey, Mr. White,
Yes, sir.
if you're level 1, there's a chance of letting you go too. You understand? It works both ways. Being level 1 can help you, and it definitely doesn't hurt you. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Judge.
Yes.
It's all right, Mom.
What level is he on? Hey, Katie.
All right, Edward Yao.
What level is he on?
He's level 2.
Oh, he on 2?
Yes.
So on the 21st, so you not coming home?
No, he has to make it the next 10-day. He made some choices. He made some bad choices.
Oh, okay. So he got to wait till the 21st?
It's going to be 10 business days from now.
Mom, that's my real court on the 21st, Mom.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
All right, let's go Edward Yao.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Bye.
Mr. Yao, do we have Ashley Prater? Who's the mom? Who's Edward's mom?
Ashley Prater, Your Honor. She said she was going to be joining us virtually.
She flashed on and then her image disappeared. All right. So I'm going to start removing people that aren't part of this hearing. I don't know who Kathy is.
She's on now. Looks like.
Okay.
There
All
she
right.
is.
Hello, Ms. Prater. All right, Edward, this is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. So I'm reviewing your case to decide what to do, keep you here or not. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Willett, is here at our hearing.
Oh, I got it. I got it. I already typed it down here. I mean, I can send it.
Ms. Salcedo,
Yes, Your Honor.
give me your thoughts.
Can you hear? Your Honor, I don't believe that Mr. Yao has adequate supervision at home. He has expressed repeatedly that he would like to be released to his grandmother's home. The concern we have with that is we don't have any history of approval for him living in the county in which his grandmother resides.
Where does grandmother live?
Bourne, Texas. So it's about 4 to 5 hours from here. For him to be here in detention on the last DTA, we personally transported him here. So the family has an extensive history of not having reliable transportation. I know they have the well wishes of picking up Edward and being able to take him home and bring him back, but the likelihood is not strong from the history of the family that he will be here for the appointments that we have scheduled for him.
Edward, you understand that your offense can carry, I can assess registration on you, right?
Yes, sir.
You understand, like, so I'm looking at your counseling, your classes, your behavior, all these things. Like, I need to make that decision one day, and that it's up to you to decide it's important enough for me to not make you register, right? If you're pushing the edge, towing the line, and seeing what you can get away with, that's not putting much confidence in me that you don't need supervision. What that means is you're only behaving at the bare minimum of what supervision requires. So I've got to assess upon you more supervision to ensure you don't break the law. You understand? That's kind of my thought process. Not every judge thinks this way. This is just the way I think. All right. Mom, so, I mean, Edward didn't have a choice. We administered a polygraph. Are you giving him THC? Is she frozen?
Your Honor, can I say something?
Yes.
On his polygraph test, he didn't fail him. He made self-admissions after they came back. So he's has been really honest, if anything, with it.
No, I agree.
And as far as I don't think it was THC. I think it was there was the other one without the THC in it. At least I didn't get the impression there was any THC actually in what he received. And no, the issue is about him moving. I've spoke to his grandmother, and she said she can get him here if she has to. How reliable she is, I don't know. I've only talked to her one time, but she did say that she would take him and make sure he got back here.
So we're scheduled on, yes?
I'd like to clarify that Edward did pass the polygraph. However, the admissions were that he was still viewing internet regularly, visiting pornography sites on his mother's telephone while he was supposed to be doing schoolwork, and she was entrusting him to be doing schoolwork. So there is a concern of adequate supervision.
Sure. Well, I mean, Edward's at this point now where, Edward, here's the thing, right? This is what we call criminal thinking, right? Is that you are trying to find a way to get around the law or get around getting caught to do what you want to do. Instead of just recognizing these are the rules, I'm going to follow the rules. It's your decision to say, well, I'm going to push as far as I can as long as there's no consequence. It's okay. And that's the problem. And see, that is a problem related to your offense, that if I release you from probation eventually, or don't revoke you, or don't make you register, is my concern is, are you going to continue to break the law as long, or break the rules as long as you think you're not going to get caught, or there's a low chance of getting caught? Then I have an obligation and duty to protect the community. It's either you're going to follow the rules or you're not going to follow the rules. Not that it's fair, not that this is what the average 16-year-old has to go through. This is your life. It's not everyone's life, but this one is yours. And either you accept that this is your life and do what you're supposed to do, or you reject it and do what you want to do and suffer the consequences. That's just the way it works. So what county does Grandma live in?
I believe it's Wilson County is the actual county.
What's the county seat of Wilson County?
I do not know.
Salcedo?
What was that question, Your Honor?
The county seat of Wilson County?
I'm not aware.
I'm just trying to figure out where Wilson County is.
He does have an interim supervision in Wilson County. If his grandmother resides in Wilson County, that could be considered, and that is part of our future plan should he be released. However, there is a process of notification.
It's by San Antonio.
Wilson County.
Yeah, southeast of San Antonio. Yes. There. So when he had to come back, Ms. Salcedo, so this question is for you. When we had to bring him back here, we had to go and get him? Like they couldn't bring him here?
Yes, Wilson County was accommodating, and the family went to the sheriff's office in Wilson County, and then they transported him about 2 hours and met us halfway in Williamson County. And then we did the trade-off and there, and then transported the youth here.
So the Wilson County Sheriff transported Mr. Yao?
Well, they transported them to Williamson County, which is 2 hours away. So we also traveled 2 hours out to pick up Edward, and then about 2 hours back to bring him here. And his mother is reporting that grandmother lives in Kendall County.
And Grandma does have transportation?
The family report she does on our last scheduled out of custody detention hearing that we did before transporting him. The morning of the hearing, I was advised by his mother that the grandmother's vehicle broke down on the road, and so they weren't able to get him here. So I do believe the family has a desire. I just don't know that it's always consistent with reliable transportation.
So Ms. Salcedo, transportation is your biggest issue then, right?
And inadequate supervision.
Is there a worry about supervision from Grandma?
I haven't had a personal conversation with grandmother. The mother is Ashley is the guardian, and she and I have talked regularly. I do believe that she desires to supervise him. However, when this was going on with the admissions and the polygraph was when Edward was living with Mom.
Yeah. Are there children in Grandma's house?
I do not know that, Your Honor. I would have to talk to grandmother. And I can say that grandmother did cooperate with the therapist, and she completed a chaperone program. So she is aware of details about Edward and the violations that are pending right now.
Ms. Prater, are there small children living with Grandma's house in Kendall County? No? Yeah, all right, Ms. Salcedo, it's not lost on me. Here's my thing is, when we start talking about transportation, then it becomes a financial issue, right? And I try the best I can to prevent punishing a child because of a financial issue, right? So if everything otherwise is safe with Grandma, which it seems like it is, you don't have the warm fuzzy feeling, and I get that, but it seems like the biggest hang up is whether we can bring the child back or not. I think this is kind of the role of government and our duty. So you're level one outstanding. I'm glad you are. Seems like you're turning the page, making better decisions. I'm gonna go ahead and release you to Grandma, but you understand that like there's something much bigger, right? Like you're talking about prison time. Be aware of that. Be smart about it. Either you just follow the rules or just tell me that you're just done, send you to TJJD, get done with it, and get through all the programs there and get out on the other side. But if you can make this painful for yourself if you keep on dragging it out. Either follow the rules or don't. And if you're not going to, just let Mr. Willett know. Mr. Willett and I represented clients side by side, but we both told them you're not going to make it through. Just take your time, be done, and get over it. Probation is just going to make your life more miserable. Brian, is that fair to say? Like, we literally
Yes.
stood there together.
Yes, very fair. And I will tell you, Judge, I saw him in detention and we talked a lot about some of these things and what's expected of him.
Your Honor, I'd like to mention for the court's knowledge that he does have a psychosexual evaluation scheduled for August 23rd that he would have to be here for. And we expect that report to be completed for the court by August 31st.
Sure. So that means, yeah, I mean, Ms. Salcedo, if you let Grandma know that she would have to return him for those dates, right? And that she's the one signing out. So if she does not return him for those 2 dates, then this court can issue a warrant of arrest for her for not failing to bring him back here. Okay? She signs the paper. All the parents sign it. I don't think they know what they're signing, but please bring that to her attention that if she can't be confident to bring her back, the Tarrant County Sheriff will be going there to pick her up. And she has to be willing to accept that responsibility. And a car breaking down is not a valid excuse. Okay. But I share your concern, Ms. Salcedo. You are, I mean, you've got me sold on it. I just, I think I have to, because I don't want to punish somebody for not having the money. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Dow, you understand what's going on? You have to be back. If you don't, you and Grandma will both be in our detention facilities. Okay?
I understand.
All right. Mr. Willard, any objections?
No.
I didn't think so. No. All right. All right, thank you, everyone. This concludes our detention docket for today.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.